Hello there, kitties. I'm Kari, the vacuum tube witch. Firing a rocket launcher at you. Just kidding. How are you tonight? Am I on? Can you hear me? 5x5, Maurice. That's a good thing. That's a good thing, thanks. Yeah, so then the things that I'd like to start with. First thing is the repair restoration project of the Soviet S1 112 oscilloscope. I still need to do some work on this one, but I do have the suspicious part. It's the power supply. It has this. Where was it? Come on, for crying out loud. Look at this teeny tiny transistor next to the full bridge rectifier. I think this one is shot. I did some measurements off the camera and it looks like it has the base to emitter voltage of something like 4 volts. Way more than your typical PN drop. So I'm gonna make a video of doing the measurements and adjustment attempts on the scope. And then I will replace this transistor and do the same thing again. Should get way better than now, because now what I'm having is very unstable +5 voltage rail. That's how I learned about this malfunction. It was just acting up. The image, the waveform was jumping up and down and up and down and up and down, and the pilot light on the front panel flickered. A real deal blinken light. Nicht Finger poken und Metern graben. Yeah. And first I thought it was the power cable. I replaced it. Nope. These are not the droids you're looking for. Then I thought that if it's not the cable, then I'll check the fuse holders for any possibility of tarnished contact of oxide breaking the current flow on the main side. No, still not the droids you're looking for. Then I replaced the main switch. No, it's not that. Then what the hell can it be? So I just poked around with a multimeter and... Hello, Kitty. I'm Carrie, and this is Coco. And I poked around with the multimeter, seeing the voltages on the rail where the light bulb is connected. Got a schematic somewhere around here. Just look at the schematic for this device. This is the one part of the device. It's not all. It's for the scope. But generally, the power supply part is it's here. It's very densely drawn, and the power supply is quite complex. It provides positive and negative 12 volts, as well as the plus 5 volts for the logic and plus 120 or something like that for the deflection amplifiers. And that's what appeared. Getting less light on this one. That's what appeared after I drew it. So there are adjustable trimmers on the printed circuit board, and one of those trimmers didn't affect the voltage at all, and it turned out that the VT41 transistor right here, this was short, an open circuit, no current flowing through it. No surprise, it didn't work. Reading the chat. It's a slideshow again. Why does it keep acting up? Nah. Right now it seems it's a good condition. Almost 13 minutes, and on my end it looks green. Yeah, Coco, of course, the mandatory cat. Yeah, I guess that I'm not gonna get too many viewers on my streams. If I had a few hundreds kilos of subscribers, then I probably would. I was thinking about expressing the subscriber count on the channel as something like the how is it called? Let me look it up. As the magnitude, like in astronomy, you've got the brightest stars. It's first magnitude, then second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. That's about the one you can see, and there's all the way down to 32. That would be the weakest stars you only can detect with radio telescopes and that kind of stuff. And I guess that with YouTube channels with the subscriber count, it's kinda the same. Like the first magnitude would be the channels that are more than just a few millions of subscribers. Fran would be like 5th and 6th, and I would be something around 30. The other way of expressing it I was thinking about, it was binary numbers. Like if you count 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512. Then the first byte, it would be up to 255, that would be where I am. The second byte would be up to 64k. The third byte would be 128, 256, 512, 1 mega. 2, 4, 8, up to 16 mega. That would be where most of the well-known electronics channels are. Does it include Veritasium? Let me check. Yeah, Veritasium is still in that threshold. At 15 millions of subscribers, that would still be 3 bytes. And then there's 4 bytes, like NASA is probably 4. No! NASA is 10 millions. Not that popular as I thought. And yeah, that would be then the 4 byte subscriber number. And I would have to get into the 2 bytes number to even consider monetization. But I think I'm gonna stay the YouTube's punk. The YouTube's alternative, who doesn't care about monetization, who doesn't want any of that rubbish on my channel, because maybe you can make some cash. Well, not too much from the views, not too much from the advertisements. I think the only way to make cash using the YouTube's monetization would be the super chats or supporting support from the viewers on the videos. Other than that, I wouldn't even consider that. So I think that the only way of making any money on YouTube would be outside YouTube, like on Patreon. And if you want to go for YouTube's monetization, then you have to comply with a lot of unclear rules that change over time so fast that you can't even keep up with all those changes. And I say, fuck that. I'm gonna swear on my channel. Maybe if I sometimes post something that someone considers copyrighted, as long as I don't get too many strikes and getting my channel down, but I'm too small to consider that yet. It's been over a year that I've been running this. And right now I only I only make 5 Yankee bucks on Patreon. Don't know if it even covers Patreon. I doesn't it doesn't for sure cover all the channels I support on Patreon. So I lose money rather than making it. Completely anti-commercial operation here. And I sometimes feel quite distressed over where it is going or where it is not going. I was just hoping that that my channel would grow if I make those videos, or if I post the comments for others to see me. Maybe someone would get interested and go to my channel and check out my videos, maybe subscribe me or whatever. But I guess it's not the case. I guess people have too little time. It's also kind of a problem with me. Like, even if I don't have a day job and watch videos on YouTube for quite a long time daily and try to watch as much as I can, that's why I mostly watch at twice the normal speed, 1 3/4 the normal speed, and if someone talks very fast, then 1.5. Because I want to save time as much as I can, while still being able to understand and process the content that I'm receiving. A life hack? Yeah, Crocodile Lab Supervisor Al, exactly. We need to go supernova. Blow it up and start anew? Cancel my YouTube account and throw the laptop in the trash? Yeah, I mean, this is actually a thing that I appreciate, that maybe that I don't get a viewership. I don't get many viewers. I don't have countless armies of viewers, but at least I have a tight-knit community. That's what matters. I guess this is the same thing that that Fran was also kinda upset about, that if your channel grows too much, then all the viewers, there's hardly anyone who you remember who is remarkable to you. Hardly anyone who you will interact, who you will become friends with. All those people, so all those masses, all those hundreds of thousands, they just become numbers, an anonymous mass, a crowd, but there's hardly any signal in this noise. There's hardly individuals you notice, because if you wanted to pay attention to every one of them, you would run out of time so quickly. It's just not physically possible to pay attention to every single one of your viewers if you have hundreds of thousands of them, even if you have a team. So I'm not sure it would be anything good if I had masses of subscribers. If those subscribers wouldn't be real people. What's going on? 24-bit channel. Let's make it. Let's make it 16. 16 would be pretty fine. 14, 15, 16. Still pretty manageable. Yeah, quality over quantity, I mean, that's right. Oh, adding a little more content on Patreon. Well, yeah, Maurice, you are. Adding some content on Patreon. Well, if I don't get anyone coming to the Patreon page, then why bother anyway? Like, if there was any interest in that, if I knew that I would be doing it for anyone, I would do it. I already downgraded the Patreon page type so that I would pay less, because it was just too costly for the support I was getting from them. It's like you have to cut your losses at some point. Yeah, then the view count. Well, I think I reached either 1,000 or 10,000. Let me check in the studio. 10,000 views on my videos. Like, I had a spike on my 33rd of March. Come on, for crying out loud, why is this interface so useless? Why are those tooltips just covering the data? Yeah, but it was something around 5th of April that I released a few videos, and I had something like 600 watch count spike. Next one would be something around October. Like if I can analyze nah. Looks like I lost one subscriber on the amp building stream. People don't want to watch others build amps. I thought that projects doing projects on live streams would be pretty fun. That was the thing I was missing on Dave Jones's streams. I was missing that on Clive's streams. I was missing that on Fran's streams. And I wanted to see more of it. And you know, if I want to see more of something, then why don't I make something like this? So I did. Oh yeah, Maurice. The issue is the abundance of content. Oh, please, Kitty, please stop biting me. You pesky little bugger. Yeah, Maurice, the abundance of content. Oh, Coco, please stop. Hi, Chipmunk. It's been a long time when I last saw you. I wasn't on Clive's stream yesterday. Was pretty busy hacking with my friend Alana. Why is this cat biting me? And I agree that there's an abundance of content, like Mr. Clinton. You're not Mr. Clinton, Coco. What's with you? What's with you? So, I think I should rename the stream's title to Cat Biting Edition. Or Bitten by the Cat Edition. Maybe, Coco, do you like my shirt? Do you dislike my shirt? What's the problem? What's the problem? Please tell me. Lovely little kitty. And an abundance of content indeed. There's like 10 or 12 years ago when Dave Jones started, when Fran started, Clive probably also. There were just a few of the electronics creators, and then for all those years, so many channels were created with different content. And it's just like. It's like it was a bucket or a glass, and I drop one channel. If one channel is a drop of liquid and there was a glass, then the concentration that this channel created would be any a lot more meaningful than now when we've got an ocean of content. And what is a drop compared to an ocean? What's wrong with your cat? Get off! Get off my desk! Yeah. Misbehaving kitty? One moment, please. I really need... Oh, it's waffle time. Coco. Coco. And he was punished for his misdemeanors. Locked out of the room. No more cat problems. Yeah. I fear that kitties lost all privileges in this room for this stream. Because his behavior was becoming so... it was becoming so unwieldy, if you... I wonder if you can see here. He just bit me and got some scratches. Poor Coco Chipmunk. Yeah. Yeah, the cat was banned. The cat was timed out. After the stream, he can come back, but I just lost my patience with the kitty biting me. Thanks Chipmunk for the greetings from Algernon. Yeah, cat snipping me like it's a sign of affection. Sometimes it is, but this time it was taking things a little bit too far. Do you wanna go back to NYC too? I wonder what would Louis do if this was his cat. A cat is a pet. A cat is a cat. Yeah. Yeah, YouTube was an entirely different platform than. Sometimes I'm wondering where could I go instead. At some point I was thinking about Odyssey, but then the system where you pay for making your content visible, please. Or the community or the viewership. I don't really trust Dave Johnson that one, because at some point Dave posted a video about Odyssey, trying to kinda whitewash the viewership, the community, that it's not as bad as right wing as it seems. I don't believe him. I don't really believe him. He doesn't have too much to lose if something goes wrong on Odyssey. And I don't think that that community is too queer friendly. And I'm pretty much with Fran on this one, not going there. She didn't state why she wasn't interested in joining Odyssey, but I think it might be a matter of transphobia if you go to a toxic community. You risk getting doxxed, having all kinds of bad shit happening to you. And Dave probably doesn't even take it into account. Because he's a cis straight guy. Adding Coco to my thumbnails. Well. Adding Coco to my thumbnails. Might be an idea. Electronics store for a dumpster. Wow. I wish I had an access to a dumpster where I could get some nice equipment for my lab. Being that I run this teeny tiny lab on a budget tighter than Ethel Granger's laces. Yeah, Morris unsubscribed. at one point I was also mentioning Dave on the Maritime Girls channel, and she has beef with him because he supports some cringy YouTubers like Alex Jones. And I'm kinda with her on that one because if you see someone who features any prejudiced people, then how can you be sure that that person, if that person endorses prejudiced people and is okay with what they say, then how can you feel safe around them? Well, unless you have something to defend yourself. Now this is a knife. But as for dumpster finds, at one point I was pretty close to getting a surgical microscope from the Gdański Park Naukowo-Technologiczny, the Gdańsk Science and Technology Park. It's a shall we say technology incubator in my city. A few of the Technical University of Gdańsk student organizations use the place. Their facilities, they are quite good. Like a robotics association, and I got some nice stuff from them. A Soviet S164. It's not the S112. It's a big one that you can see under my bench. I still have to restore it. Then the Soviet scope. It has a teeny tiny screen, but a nice bandwidth. It's something around 100 megahertz, something like that. I got 3 power supplies from them. Let me show you. It's buried a little bit too deep. I thought it would be easier to get to it, but now it would be a little bit too troublesome. Maybe I should. One moment, please. Holy hell, ain't that heavy? This one can go up to 10 volts. And up to 10 amps. And holy hell, it weighs something like 10 kilos. Oh, so has something interesting on the back. Wonder what it is. I haven't even taken a closer look at it. Ah, it's a Tucher connector. Very interesting, like as if this was a plug with some jumpers for the power supply's configuration. Let's take a closer look out of curiosity. Yeah, like I thought, this Tucher connector has a few jumpers on the contacts, and I think it will be perfectly possible to look for the documentation and what goes there, because it's quite interesting. Maybe something like connecting this to a system without using the binding posts on the front panel, plus the case for this Tuchel has a cutout for a cable. Like you can connect something to it. Interesting. One more look at it. I also got two 20 volts power supplies up to 2.5 amps. Looks quite similar. Zero to 20 volts, and yes, it goes up to 2.5 amps. I've got two of those 20 volt power supplies. Then the hugest linear regulated power supply with overcurrent protection. Reading the chat. Please correct my Polish if I make mistakes. I'd rather this stream be in English. Dave is rich. Yeah, kinda, I guess so. I kinda like Dave's electronic content, but if it gets too political, if it gets too much politics, you know, the blood-sucking creatures, and compared to the original thing Dave did right, the electronics, I will probably also unsubscribe. At one point I got mad at Brad the Guitarologist, and I unsubscribed from his channel because at some point it was all ranting about the lockdown, about the truckers' protest, about musicians being not up to his standard of integrity or something like that. It stopped being a technical channel about repairing amps because that's the kind of content I was really into when I was subscribing his channel. But then it kind of drifted away, and I was getting those notifications on his videos. They popped up in my feed, but there was nothing in it from me, so I just said goodbye to Brad. Oh, Katie, nice to see you. Yeah, I'm just talking and talking and talking and chewing rags. Not really reading. Stood in a European phone charger, one pin embedded very deep. Yeah, all those foreign objects in your body kinda disturbs me. Well, apart from the objects that you place there yourself or have someone place there from because you want them. Yeah, all kinds of nasty stuff happening to people. Curiosity got the cat banned from the room. No, biting people is not curiosity. Well, if he bit me just once or twice to know how it is, then it would be curiosity. Rack mount applications, yeah. Well, those power supplies, they are not rack mount. They are something like 35 centimeters in width. That would be like 14 inches, I guess. Achoo. The power supplies, of course it has a full bridge rectifier. What would you think, Phil? Would you think that it would be the 2-diode full wave rectifier with a center tapped transformer winding? None of this outdated rubbish. Full bridge rectifier. Full-bridge rectifier. Wonder if Electroboom knows that one? "60 volts, 5 amps, that's a nice one." Boat anchor, oh yeah. Big and heavy, like my nonlinear distortion meter. That's a real deal boat anchor. I got a 12 volt, something like 40 amp switch mode power supplies, originally meant for a Hewlett-Packard server, under my bench, and it supplies 12 volts to the whole lab. I wired it to a box that I made with fuses and switches for a few branches. One of those, one branch would be on the bench right at the back. This is this teeny tiny aluminum box. The other branch would go to the socket on that switch box, and I use it for a drill that was originally cordless, and I modified it to be corded. Now I would probably modify it to use lithium ion 18650 batteries. And the other branch would be some stuff above the bench, and the third one, I don't even remember how I did this one. Anyway, all the branches from that power supplies are fused. I don't want a short of tons of amps anywhere around my bench, so I use fuses for them. I also have an additional 13.8 volts linear regulated power supply, the classic kind. For the signal tracer amp attached to the speaker right above the bench, the one that I'm pointing to. also powers the CB radio attached right below. He still does electronic contacts? You mean Chipmunk? Do you mean Brett the guitarist? Well, if that's questionable, then I have no reason to go to his channel and check it. Yeah, poly is many and ticks are blood-sucking parasites, exactly. I love that one. Dave would be okay if he'd stop inhaling helium. I wonder what would happen if Dave was an astronaut on the ISS. Just don't let him anywhere near HAL 9000. I'm afraid I cannot do this, Dave. Oh, Chipmunk, I don't mean Brad's Guitar Garage. I mean Brad the Guitarologist. This is another Brad that does the guitar stuff. I don't even know the Guitar Garage. I haven't checked out that channel. As a fellow mod on Clive streams, I have to be nice. Basically a good guy. Well, I guess. Yeah. What do we have here? Hi, Stephen. What's going on the chat? Like, I can't keep up too much. Yeah, Chipmunk, what's with that that you let someone call our moderators see you next Tuesdays yesterday? Yeah, the 19-inch rack, it's it's from the telecommunications standard way back when, probably before the Second World War. Oh, it was my queer friend in the back. Uh-huh. Fair bear than the moderator on Clive's stream, I guess. Mutes people for invalid reasons. Well, as a moderator on France, I did as much as I could never to abuse the power that was granted to me, like if I am to delete any comment, or hide any user from the chat, I would really need a good reason to do so. Like if someone was denying the obvious scientific consensus, or if someone was saying something hateful, toxic, that kind of stuff. But my moderation, my approach to moderation, it would be a lot. It would be quite permissive. Like you know, the Spider-Man rule. With great power comes great responsibility. So I try not to abuse that power. Just because I can delete something, just because I can ban someone, doesn't mean I should. Though, for example, I banned and reported a guy named James Hauser because he said hateful things to me, and I made that hate mail video about it, and he got a ban on friends streams from me because his behavior, like talking me into committing suicide when I was feeling down in the dumps and not too stable. It's an instant no for me. It's just so damn toxic. If I was less stable back then, you wouldn't be seeing me now. And if anyone tells me that online hatred, online toxicity is not a thing, or is not worth paying attention, then there's one thing I can tell them. They are just siding with the violent people. They are indirectly condoning violence, not counteracting it. And for evil to win, it's enough that good people do nothing. Reading the chat some more. Heart in right place, rand gland in wrong place. What kind of hormones does the rand gland secrete? Oh, healthy portals designed to be unserviceable. Good to know that. I think I heard about them having chips, about the planned obsolescence. How do you know that, Chipmunk? Yeah, I do have a CB radio. It's not really anything remarkable. I ain't no president, I ain't no Alan. It's named Magnum MX, and I don't really use it because I only have a crappy automotive antenna set up above the roof because I live on the last floor, and without without tuning the antenna to its surroundings, you won't get any good reception. You won't make any good transmission. I would need something like half wavelength or 5/8 of a wavelength vertical antenna set up properly on the roof. I was thinking about it, but I don't have the resources to do it. It fell down on my priority list pretty low. Dual 0 to 30, 0 to 1 amp. That's nice. From the 70s, I wonder how it is built, because I'm considering building a power supply, a dual tracking power supply that that would be regulated with the same voltage on positive and negative branch, and I was thinking about LM317 and LM337, but I would probably have to use a dual ganged pot to control both the positive and negative. Though I think I might do something different, like inverting. Like an op-amp in inverting configuration with unity gain, so that the positive voltage from the Tris, let the cat in. I hope that the cat will behave properly now after the timeout. Hello, kitty. And he's winking at me. And I think I might try using the voltage inverter to make the negative part slave to the positive part from the output, so that I get the value for adjustment of the negative branch regulator. That might be an idea. Yeah, the current limit is a trimmer in the back. Yeah, that's very unpractical. Like, if you want to have a sensible voltage regulated, current regulated supply. You want both controls on the front. Probably as precise as you can with multi-turn potentiometers. Yeah, Chipmunk, that's Tris, my queer friend. It's gonna be in less than a month. It's gonna be 5 years since we're in a relationship. Yeah, we see people. Yeah, Chipmunk, as for the Hilti tools, they do have a great reputation. My brother once had a Hilti SDS Plus Draw, and using it on concrete walls in an apartment block where I lived for most of my life, it was a breeze. Like the bit just went to the wall like a knife goes into the warm butter. It was that easy. Not even Bosch or Makita were that easy to work with. Excellent tool. Pity that my brother had to sell it off. Then he got himself a Bosch. One person, one mod. Interesting. Well, sometimes this all belongs on the channel size. Like if you have a big channel, if you have lots of action going on in the chat, if you post a lot of videos, if they get lots of comments, then the more mods you have in reasonable in reasonable limits, then the more chance your content stays in line and the behaviors of the viewers stays in line. But if you overdo it, it just devolves into a big ball of fur and mud. Like you get so much entropy, you get so much disorder that it's no longer worth it. So scale your moderator community to the size of your channel, to what happens on it. Also, a plus of having multiple moderators from different places of the globe is that the coverage on the channel can be can be kept through different times of the day, because people from different time zones, there's a higher chance that someone is keeping watch on what's going on. There's a problem with YouTube's moderation, the way it is done. As a mod, in order to do anything, look through the comments on the videos on Fran's channel, for example, I would have to go through every one of those videos, go down to the comment section, scroll through it, see if something new appeared, to catch anything out of order. And if you run a channel, you can view the comments in one central location, the YouTube Creators Studio. But if you're a mod on a channel, you don't have access to that feature of the studio for that channel, and it makes matters quite hard for the moderators. That's the functionality I wish YouTube implemented. YouTube is getting rid of things that are potentially good, like the downvote count. It was useful. I appreciated it. I really think that the YouTube should have left it up to the creators to decide whether the downvote count would be visible or not. But they did it their way. Pissed off many creators. Please. All the monetization crap, all the crap about copyright trolls, all the unclear, unwritten standards and rules, and the community standards, don't even get me on that one, because as I saw with other queer and trans creators, the community standards are pretty much double standards. They don't protect the most vulnerable creators and people from getting harassed. They protect the hierarchies of power. They protect those who have a pretty strong position from getting any flack. Yeah, Chip, on top of the building is the best place to live. Unless you had to walk 5 stories up the stairs with no elevator, especially carrying up all the stuff that's in my lab. Or even your daily groceries. Cybernet board rig? What's that? Well, here it's not too hot, it's not too cold, with central heating. And I have a lot of windows. If it gets too hot, I can open them. I've got windows in my roof. Wire antennas, where would I set that up? But oh, half-wave wire dipole. That would be a teeny tiny bit more manageable. That would be 5.5 meters for 11 meter band. Digital addiction. Yeah, Coco behaves now. I think he learned a lesson. Resonant bell wire antenna. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, Chipmunk, if you add someone and then end with a smiley, it will delete everything. Yeah, I noticed it. Way back when I was chatting with on Friends stream. But thanks a lot for the tip that about adding a space after the smiley. Space makes everyone happy. Thanks for the tip, because I had to remind myself for many times not to mention someone and then adding an emoticon. It pisses me off quite big time. Behind the poster in your bedroom, Dennis. Rotel 240. I thought that Rotel only made hi-fi equipment. Yeah, it's 5 years. Though we're kinda drifting apart in our interests, in our approach to life. Sometimes it's kinda difficult because I'm a hardcore rationalist. I'm very pro science, and Tris is more about the less rational, the more emotional side of things, side of life. And sometimes we don't get on too well. I guess they are having fun in the next room. Yeah, shitfest. Yeah. Everything is turning into a shitfest. 500 chatters about 10 months. It's fun when we all scramble for a bot. Well, banning the bots, it's also a matter of having an option to on your disposal, like on France. I could only hide the bot on the channel, but it doesn't probably prevent the bot from reappearing in a different part of interaction, like the comments section. Yeah, the phrase F word. Right now on Fran's channel it's me and Bob Darlington. I don't know if anyone else. Yeah. Okay. And yes, they don't understand about stability and negative feedback. I only give negative feedback! Dave, I only give negative feedback, Jones. Yeah, it happens when we are both young. I'm 36 and they are 28. Difficult discussion about healing. Oh yeah. spiritual healing with 96% ethyl alcohol solution. Clive allows permanent bans. Interesting. Yeah, if you can nuke someone, if someone trusts you with a nuke, and you're trustworthy not to nuke anyone by accident or anyone who doesn't deserve this, then sure, why not? Oh yeah, Chipmunk. Fran has Patreon-only streams now. And I can kinda understand why. Because that was a shitstorm going on the regular streams, like so many people, so many off topics, sometimes very stupid comments, entries in the chat going on, like, what does this TCS and H stand for again and again and again and again? Like, as if as if people ask the same questions over and over. I just don't get it. If you're new to the stream, okay, I can understand it. Maybe a little list of frequently asked questions, like, are you gonna release the new Phantom pedals? What does the TCS and H stand for? And what else was there? What else do I remember? Are you gonna make a new videos on the UFOs? That's the kind of questions that that wears you down pretty fast. Where was I in the chat? All mouth and no trousers. Oh yeah. That's a good one. Dennis, I think you can subscribe again because there's more actual electronics content. Mostly stuff from the vault. Also, sometimes a project or the deep dive into the Strobo tuner. I was very happy to see that kind of content come back on Fran's channel. Yeah, bye, Maurice. Yeah, calm state of mind. Not if you're constantly feeling stress or anxiety. That from Dave. cost and work, people don't want to pay or learn. True. I would pay if I had anything to pay with. But learning, I like learning new stuff. I really appreciate new knowledge. Yeah, Chipmunk, I kinda miss the streams, though I think that subscribe that supporting Fran, even with a single dollar or something like that, I think that you are quite active in the chats. You are quite a remarkable member of the community. I would like to see you back there. Oh yeah, the debates, they were exhausting to read. Then as for the solar panels, they are quite quite popular here in Poland now, though the misgovernment of lawlessness and injustice hampered their adoption with some archaic, outdated law that was making things worse and not so economic for adoption of the green energy like wind turbines or solar panels. Yeah, CE as for Chinese export. The more viewers, the higher probability of the mental cancer. Yeah, people talking in circles just to wear her out and completely derailing the video topics. And also the whole mansplaining stuff. I can perfectly understand her. Ofcom. I know, Ofcol. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, then it's bye. It's... Oh shit, I missed 2 waffles already. Damn it! Okay. Time to get a big one. By the way, Just went through my purse to look for a lighter. Found this. I was about to show it to some people at my local hackerspace. A hand perforator for the old style IBM computer type. Like you have a pin, you have a hose in the bar, then the tape goes through here. You can clamp it, make some perforations, lift the clamp, move the tape, make some more perforations. Got it from my friend, made in Switzerland. Old school computing nerdy stuff. Yeah, I think it was a comment from someone else. Ofcom is the Office of Communications, a useless, toothless bunch of pen pushers. Or bean counters like Cave Johnson would name them. The result is the same. Okay, let's have one. Wonder if there's enough petrol left in it. Real deal Zippo. Yay! Make it a big one. And by the way, I was at a fair with Tris. What do we have in this transport bag? We have a record number. It's a number of records. First one would be Nina Hagen. Then the light here is really not too good for showing things. The other one would be Crisis by Mike Oldfield. Terence Trent D'Arby. Worth mentioning that Terence came out as non-binary. From what I remember. And The Clash, London Calling. New additions to our vinyl record collection. 4 albums. This is where I make Clive look like a small player. Yeah, if I said vinyls, he would be freaked out. I guess so. I learned to use a proper name for them. And there can be a lot of things that there is vinyl, like not just records but also clothing. I wish I had some. I also love Nina Hagen. Yes, this is the real deal. The only problem is that because my budget is tighter than Ethel Granger slices, I can't buy as many records as I would love. So my collection is something around 50 albums now. So it's teeny tiny compared to other people's. Like looking at Fran's collection, it's so huge compared to mine. But I think that she's been doing it for many, many, many years. And me and Tris have been collecting vinyl records for 2 years. Then the first one, I think, the first one we got was probably Organization by OMD. I had a small vinyl record collection in 2000s back when I lived with my parents. I had a record player. I had something like 30 albums. They were not as expensive back then. Yeah, not all records were made of vinyl. Some were made of shellac. Making records, Chipmunk? What do you mean by making records? Because I don't think she released an album of her band, or I don't think that she has a record cutter or press. Ah, Shellac was 78 Revolution. My turntable, the knockoff of a Technics SL1200, an Omnitronic DD1220, I guess. It can even play 78 revolutions per minute. It can do 33, it can do 45, it can do 78. Oh yeah, Fran was in bands. I'm quite impressed by her going live. Like doing music at home and doing it in front of the public. I don't think I would be able to play music live if I could play anything that. Let's begin from this. Let's imagine the 45-year-old Kerry who can play guitars or who can play a keyboard. If I get down to learning that stuff. But I probably would be too overwhelmed if I were to play live. Unless it was something very small, something very camera. Otherwise, the sensory overloads would get me too fast. Maybe the social anxiety would get me too fast. $16 RPM for audiobooks, interesting. Oh yeah, touchy Chipmanga. I think this is just burnout. Because I'm going through through the autistic burnout myself, and all the shit going on around with the pandemic, with the war in Ukraine, with the prices soaring, like the world is falling apart, like like it's the fucking apocalypse. It wears me down very much, and I'm not surprised about Fran. She's a lot tougher than me. Like she's a superhero to me. And I guess that you can go on for only so long if you deal with shit every day and lose the resources to cope with it. It ain't gonna be fun. Yeah, the free moves, of course. I only experienced one move in my life, maybe two, if you count moving most of my lab from the apartment, from the flat where I lived in my old city to where I worked, to integrate my lab, my electronic lab, with my work at the museum. But it was a small move, just a few trips with a cargo bike. But then the big move from one city to another, it was a move in a few stages. First, I packed my clothes, some books, the computer, the tools, some of the bare essentials, and packed it all on a Euro pallet to send it via messenger service. Then, after a few months, I asked my friend Aileen, who has a driver's license, to rent a van. We went back to the museum where I had most of my stuff stashed and waiting for the move. We packed it up and took it here, and then carrying up the stairs. Multiple runs, multiple boxes, hundreds of kilos of stuff. All the shit I had there went here. All the equipment. It was something like 2/3 of what I have now. Then my second queer friend, when she moved to live with us. We live in a 3-person relationship. Then moving her stuff in, also unpacking and carrying up the stairs, all the boxes with her books, with her clothes, with some kitchen items, all that stuff. Quite a lot of work to do. If you don't have a lift, you will have a lot of legwork to do. Yeah, Chipmunk, I think that we really have to reassure Fran that we're with her. We do streams for a bit of escapism. And it's 2 AM now, and the stream has been going on for 2 hours. So I guess it will be time to go to the bench pretty soon. Oh, move out of the state. Moving countries. I didn't move countries. I moved cities in one country, but I would like to emigrate someday. Leave Poland. At least if the shit is gonna keep going on with the politics and economy. Helen Love? Interesting. Let me check her out. Ah, music. Yeah, Colin Furs. Yeah, he seems to be mighty rich, and I like his tunnel project, like a underground base in his place, like a real deal vault, like very Fallout. Yeah, one trip is better. Age is an ever increasing number. Yeah, Chipmunk, I guess that moving state would be quite what moving countries in Europe. Years and months feel increasingly shorter in length. Yeah, I can totally relate to that. Ah, Spongor and Osric Tentacle. Heard about those bands? Our minds treat time as percentage of what we've experienced. Very interesting. Like, what is an hour if you experienced 36 of your life already? What is a week? What is a month? Only rich for donations? Interesting. I thought he had a very well-paid job to even start this operation, the whole workshop. Oh, with the free healthcare. Not exactly free because it's paid from the taxes, and you you have access to it either if you work or if you study or if you are registered as unemployed. In order, I would be and I would be registered as unemployed. I was at some point, but I probably lost it because you have to register where you have residence, and I don't have formal residence here in Gdańsk because of some complications. I still have formal residence back in a city a few hundreds of kilometers away. And I had to register there as an unemployed person. I can't do it here because that's the law. Once I did go there for a visit. It was cancelled due to COVID. I lost time, I lost energy, I lost money for traveling. At least I visited my mother. But that visit was planned, and I got the notice at 2 weeks or something like that. Next visit, when it was planned, it was planned as at something like 1 week notice, and I had some wild discombobulation going on here that I had to empty the attic, get my stuff from there because there would be a fire inspection. And they wouldn't approve the building if the attic was cluttered, so I had to take it out. Was a lot of work, so I didn't go to that city. And the third visit was pretty recently, and it was on a day's notice. How the fuck am I going to travel to another city in such a short time with no money? So I didn't go either, and I think that they took me off the register, so I probably lost the health insurance. Nah. Yeah, I give them a listen, those records, of course I will. Could have moved to Poland. Come to Poland, we've got cookies. One of the wingnut politicians is named Paweł Cookies. We even sometimes call him the Cookie Monster. Let's all move to Poland. Oh yeah. Well, Chipmunk, as a matter of fact, if you don't have any difficulty complying with the rules, it's free. But then I did have technical difficulty. Yeah, the NHS waiting list. I guess. If you need a surgery bad, if it's a life-saving procedure. But in Poland, you will be waiting and waiting and waiting for a long time either. I guess it's pretty comparable between Poland and the UK. Ah, it wasn't a life critical procedure. But yeah, I guess that. Of course, it's better than the American model. Take their money and let them die! Yeah. Cookie Monster sounds like Boris. Maybe not Boris, maybe... Who was after Boris? What was her name? Liz Truss. that level of fuck-uppery. Poor bumbles. Oh fuck, really, Al? That's so fucked up. 5,000 Yankee bucks for a procedure that seems simple. I guess that that would make the only viable option DIY in my case. Or let a friend do it. Okay. It's 13 past 2. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be sick in the States. By the way, my close friend Aileen is now in the States, and she was at Cape Canaveral today. Wondering if she sent me any message. Warning: beware of venomous snakes near Gainesville now. That's Aileen. She's Dutch and American. We're friends. We've been friends since 2019. She has a girlfriend in Florida. A long-distance relationship. Now she's there for the second time because she was there in September or October. Back when Artemis 1 was scrapped and she didn't see the launch on site. She's also a space nerd. She's been for a longer time than me because I only started being a space nerd on the Boxing Day last year when the James Webb Space Telescope was being launched. and she's been for a long time. I think I might get myself the Kerbal Space Program on Steam, and maybe we should play together. Wondering if Dave or Fran play Kerbal Space Program, but I guess they don't have that much time for that. I don't have that much time for gaming anymore. Back when I was studying, I could go long nights, stay up until 5 a.m. Playing Fallout. Most often Fallout 2, because I think I played Fallout 2 more than 30 or even 40 times. And I mean the complete playthroughs, not the sessions. It was my favorite game of all time. Other games I love is the Half-Life series, the Portal series, the Command and Conquer series. Also liked Warcraft, Starcraft. I also liked Crusader, No Remorse and No Regret. Anyone knows that? I liked Wasteland 1 and 2. Earth 2140. What else would they do? Alone in the Dark series. Some other adventure games like Neverhood. Yeah, the NHS is good if the funding is there, but conservatives make it not happen. Fuck the Tories, fuck them all to hell. See the Gators in Gainesville. Go to Gainesville, crank up the gain on your brain. Sue me 'cause I stole it. Everybody equal, everybody loved. Amen. Except Tories. Ashley Neal? Who even is Ashley Neal? Never heard about that person. Shit is not that flammable. Otherwise we would be woofling shit. T-10 until the woofle. Until ignition. T-10 minutes until ignition. Used to be a Tory until you realized they were as bad as Labour. Like, I used to be a Tory like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee. Yeah, glad that Thatcher doesn't exist anymore. Down with Reagan too. A driving instructor, I thought that would be a politician. Yeah, the malevolent spirit of Margaret Thatcher. '80s star? Wow. I would say '80s without all the cool stuff. Without all the punk, post-punk, industrial music, heavy metal. Though I was thinking about the selective pressures and survivorship bias in the music. See, you know all those great bands from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. All those wonderful musicians who made it, but it would be something like a mere percent of all that was there when the music came out. Like for every musician, for every band who made it and stayed popular, even if in some small alternative circles, there are just countless bands who didn't make it. They were just they might have been known in their time, but the memory hasn't survived, and they just got lost in time, and they didn't pass the selective pressures of the audience, the listeners, people who went to gigs, who collected the records, and while their music might be hidden here and there, somewhere in people's archives, it's no longer known, or never was. So I think that looking at today's music industry, there's so much stuff. There's so many hits of one day that fade so fast and become forgotten pretty soon. But I think that this craziness, it's not just the sign of the modern times. It's been going on for decades. Especially now that it's so easy to produce music. All you need is a computer and some skill. back then you had all sorts of analog equipment. It was centralized in recording studios and mastering studios. The access to all that was quite hard. It was very limited. Few bands even made it to the studio. Now you can have your own studio if you invest some cash. It's not as expensive as it was a few decades ago. So it's easier to make music. It's easier to produce music. It's easier to put your music somewhere out there in the net. But it's also the same thing that I mentioned with the YouTube channels. That if you had few creators, they wouldn't fade in the ocean of all others, of all the noise. If you have vast competition in some area, it's way harder to stand out anyhow. Back then, there was more gatekeeping, but if you made it through that gatekeeping, there was a higher chance that would make it somewhere further, even to the top. So I don't know. I don't know which way is better. I think that today it's a lot easier to create niche communities. Don't give a shit about worldwide mainstream popularity. It ain't gonna happen. But what you can care about is finding a niche, finding a scene, like with the alternative scenes. I've been in the gothic and industrial music scene for 16 years. Something like 15, 16 years. And not as a musician, because I'm not a musician at all. I only start to learn to play guitar. I wanna get myself an electric guitar, but as a music lover, as someone who sometimes went to a gig or two, resources allowing, time allowing, money allowing, transportation allowing, as someone who buys CDs, who buys records, as someone who listens to music online, enjoys music, enjoys specific genres of music, specific scenes. I can tell you that maybe I don't know squat about mainstream music, what's going on the commercial radio stations and all that stuff, what's popular now. But if you wanna make some very niche music, the way to go is to go is to participate and be visible in communities, like like some internet forums in the 2000s. Now it would be probably the YouTube communities, the Facebook communities, the Bandcamp communities, that kind of stuff. Oh, it's 2:30, which means that it is. Let's do it with lights out, cause I still will be going over to the bench, make it a little bit purple. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition and lift off. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond. Back to the bench and beyond. Okay, let's wait and... Oh, here's the thing that I wanted to show you. I will be making a little video review like Curious Mark and Ken Sheriff did. And... then... let's open the chat on my bench laptop. One more view on the camera. You won't hear me because I will switch the scene and the mic on the desk will take the sound, but if I switch the scene, if I switch the scene and the camera. What did I want to show him? Changing the lighting a bit. What works, what does not? I guess that I will have to speak louder so that the mic right there on the desk picks it up. But I will tell you something about my studio setup right here in the lab. Over the bench I've got another Behringer C1U microphone. It's a USB condenser mic. I got a Logitech C930 camera, and what's most important, I've got a tablet for switching the scenes in OBS. I got some crappy lighting also. That's why the camera sometimes has problems with automatic exposure adjustment. Let's get back to the bench. And now I can speak quieter. without without it being too loud. And reading the chat. Nice cut. You mean my haircut? Hi, Eduardo. Yeah. I hate politics! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 80s minus the awesome stuff. It's like the cyberpunk dystopia without the fun stuff. At least, I try to go with it aesthetically with my style. Iron Lady or Iron Maiden, Killers. The Number of the Beast, Killers, Power Slave, Peace of Mind, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son, Somewhere in Time, Fear of the Dark. Did I forget something? YouTube might think you're a sex bot. Thatcher's face. Yeah, only genres you don't like are rap, hip hop, and country and depression. Is Joy Division? Does Joy Division count as depression? Cause I love Joy Division. Yeah, hidden again everywhere. Oh yeah, paper and foil. We might be lucky with this one. Did I have one somewhere? Some old capacitor from Tesla. Not this Tesla. None of the Elon Musk rubbish. The Czechoslovak Tesla. Let's put this thing of beauty to the side for now, but I will also take care of it. Let's zoom on in. We've got an old paper capacitors from Tesla. Let's take it apart. Cutting the plastic tube that surrounds it. Made in Czechoslovakia. Cracking the case apart. It comes apart, revealing some pitch on the end. This is pitch. Remove this pitch rubbish. I might be reusing this pitch for some capacitors that were placed in glass tubes. Old the antique capacitors, making restuffing them with modern ones, but keeping the tube for the historic accuracy. Like you see here. This is how the stuff looks like. Get some better light on this one. There's a paper foil plus metal inside. Those capacitors were very unreliable because they got moisture and developed leakage, electrical leakage. The foil capacitors, similarly built, they didn't have that problem because plastic doesn't really soak with water. And let's try to unfurl it. The end comes apart. Comes apart, breaks apart. Gotta get a little bit surgical. Just a bunch of nanofarads. It ain't that long. It's something like 40 centimeters in length. The paper is soaked with oil or something like that, and the aluminum foil is glued to one side. There's another layer of aluminum foil between those papers. That would be the other electrode. Sandwiched pretty nicely. Okay, I know what I should do to get some more viewers. I should post some ASMR content. I got a mic for that. Yeah, so that would be for this capacitors. One moment, please. I will wash my hands. Okay, we're back in the studio. And this is the thing of beauty and the joy forever that I wanted to show you. I guess that anyone who follows Curious Mark's channel knows about this one. I borrowed it from the local hackerspace. Let's get some. Change the lighting on this one. Open circuits, the inner beauty of electronic components. By Eric Schlepfer from TubeTime US. And the technical reviewer was Ken Sheriff from Curious Mark's channel. A genius in his own right. I have mighty lot of respect for his engineering knowledge and skill. The guy who figured out the Apollo communication systems and lots of other stuff. Passive components, that's how the crystal resonator looks like. I didn't even know that. It's so fascinating that with this book you have a glimpse into all kinds of components you didn't even know how they would look like. The high stability film resistor. Just look at this, made of glass. Thing of beauty, enjoy forever. Wire wand resistor, the regular one. Like like this. That's how it looks on the inside. That would be the cross section through a resistor lying on like this. Okay, reading the chat for some bit. Easy to be a keyboard warrior. The original Tesla? No, the original Tesla was the one where the one who lent me my middle name. They made phones. Yeah. They should sue Musk. Paper absorbs moisture. Who knew? Careful with that knife. You call this a knife? This is a knife. Yeah, good night, Ray. Looks like a fruit roll-up. Yeah, Curious Mark is on another planet. Well, if I get myself another Apollo communication system, maybe I could make a video call with Curious Mark. Okay, back to the book. Thick film resistor array. Like those resistor ladders. SMD resistors and some pretty specialized resistors for the test equipment that can be laser trimmed to the exact value you need. And they have a ball grid array, like you see here. The wire wound potentiometers, the rheostat, the high power kind. I love those things. The trim pot. Won't be taking them apart, but it's very nice. It's very nice to know that those are Cermet rather than resistive path on phenolic. Same for the heli trims. Got a bunch of heli trims in my lab. Helipots. Ceramic disc. It's clearly visible how nice it is built. And an electrolytic. MLCC, I mean. The film cap. I didn't know that one. Of course, I know tantalum capacitors, but I didn't know how they were built. Also, I didn't know anything about the SMD stuff. Inductors. Ferrite bead is very simple. About as simple as it gets. That's why the very low current fuses pose a significant resistance, because this fuse, it's just a spiral of resistive wire wound on insulating material, so its resistance will be quite significant. Let alone this one. I don't even know the ratings for those fuses, but generally the less current, the more resistance it has. And then the high voltage fuses used in utility. Try again to see if it was not a fluke. This is the interesting part. I had quite a few of them fail on me in the devices I repaired. I know that this is a one-time protection. Once it trips, it has to be replaced. But I didn't know how it was built on the inside, and the cost section shows it all. Tantalum caps contain explosives. The BGI. Horrible pics of bugs. 5060 WZ is best for macro stuff. I was considering getting a bellows attachment for the old cameras, like an M42 bellows so that I could fit it between the camera body and the lens, preferably an old M32 lens. I've got a few prime lenses from Pentagon. Not Pentagon! The German Pentagon. Very good quality lenses. And then the bellows places the lens further away from the sensor or the film in your camera, so that you can use objects much closer to the lens, and that will retain focus. And yes, lighting is so important, mighty important, I think. Angry 2mm now. And I think those components were cut with a diamond disc and polished. There's a whole section on the of the book at the end that says it all. How it was done, how mighty project it was. Creating cross sections. First, it was cut with a diamond coated disc or a diamond saw. That's a carbide cutter, and it was done by milling in some cases. Cleaning. They even used a cat whisker. Meow. Cat's contribution to science. It shall go down in history. Some of the items were potted to hold the parts in place. Mounted and lit. Not all of that stuff made it. 7D, quite a good camera. I think this is a full frame. I'd like to get Canon 5D for my channel. I could with 5D Mark II that can be bought second hand for a rather reasonable price, something around 1000 PLN or something like that. I could still make videos with it, with an external microphone. But look at this, look at the attachment. Then the hardware beneath the camera is the custom linear focusing rail, along with cables for the camera power shutter and data readout. So they made some of their equipment used for making those photos, and then some post-production. And focus stacking Interesting technique. Something like high dynamic range rendering HDR, but not with different levels of exposure, but with different levels of focus. Quite interesting. Yeah, print setting machine, you mean the monotype? The typesetting machine? Clive was surprised after he took about the thermal fuels. Interesting. Well, the cough, it's been with me for many, many, many years. It's not COVID, it's not flu. It's more like if I talk for a long time, even if I drink every now and then, and my throat turns dry, and it's just an impulse to clear it. Yeah, minimum focus distance is it's the key, and those adapter rings, they perform the same function, changing your lens's focal distance. They perform the same function as the bellows, only the bellows can be set to the exact length you need, and with those rings you only have a bunch of steps. Yeah, Andy, I think that this book is well worth it. Getting one, I highly recommend it. Looking at it. I haven't read all those descriptions yet, but just looking at all those pictures, it's the first thing, the first glimpse I had on Curious Mark's channel. I just said that I will have to take a look at it as soon as I can get my hands on one, and the opportunity appeared on Thursday when I was at the local hackerspace. One of the guys, I borrowed it from one of the guys, and I'm definitely very satisfied with how it all looks. No cats were harmed. It depends, because if you remove that whisker forcibly, I hope not. As for my cat, the cat came back. Satisfaction brought it back. Wow, aching neck with full frame cameras. I have a Canon 40D, that is APS-C digital SLR. That's quite heavy, especially if I put a telephoto lens on it. So back in 2000s, when I did photography, when I went to concerts, took photos, I often did have aching neck. I kinda burnt out as a photographer. I still have the gear, but I haven't used the camera for a long time. Gotta get back to it someday. Oh, bye, Chipmunk. It was nice hanging out with you. It was a long time you were last here. Let's take some further look on the full bridge rectifier. It's so simple and brilliant. Just look at it. The 2 and 22. I love those enclosures, and I wonder if I still have the real deal vintage stuff BC 107. Those are the transistors that I learned electronics on back in the 90s. Gold-plated leads. BC 107. BC 211. And how I made a dead bug style multi-vibrator flashing a light bulb using some schematic from a DIY book in the 90s. One of I think the earliest electronic project I did was a multi-vibrator flashing a light bulb. Back in the 90s. Am I old? Am I really that old? I'm just 20 years younger than Fran. I'm just a millennial, I'm just 36. I don't remember 80s that much, cause I was a wee kid, just a baby back then. But in the 90s, yeah. LM309. I never realized that those dip packages, most of most of the package would be the leads going to the central area where the chip is located. Same with this at Mega. A color sensor in a clear package. Look how beautiful it is. TQFP. And Mega, just like you find in the Arduino Pro Mini or something like that. Optical mouse sensor chip. And the Raspberry Pi system on a chip. The redistribution layer. Basically another PCB that is soldered on top of the PCB assembly. How LED diodes is built inside. I am firing my laser! Pretty interesting how the optocoupler looks inside. Tilt sensors, quite interesting components. I guess they would rattle if you shake them. Encoders that have two photodiodes to detect the succession of pulses. Light sensors, CMOS image sensor, thing of beauty, joy forever. All this gold. Amazing. Your regular toggle switch. I've taken many of those apart. Push the button, as simple as it gets. A very nice dip switch. Tact switch with a membrane. Micro switch, I also took them apart at some point to clean the contacts when I was restoring them. This is a big relay, like R15. No need to cut it apart. And this is more interesting, the thermal switch. It's it can trap multiple times and go back to its operational state after it cools down. A teeny tiny motor as used in mobile phones for the vibration alarm. Stepper motors. Everyone with a 3D printer or a CNC machine knows those. Magnetic buzzer. Interesting. And of course a speaker. I repaired a few speakers in my life. The smartphone camera taking a deep dive. And the HDD. Then the CD-ROM, then the DVD-ROM, then the rewritable optical drives. Electric Mike. Mike's electric stuff. Mike's electret stuff. Cables. Yeah. The basics. Very basics. Insulation displacement connectors. How it works. Biting into the insulation and making contact with the copper. This is also a type of an insulation displacement connector. Dip sockets then. The precision kind and the spring contact kind. Quarter-inch jacks. Pretty nice. I once did a little video comparing different kinds of jacks. Like this is the cheap and crappy stuff. This is the nitric stuff, then the good thing. If you take a closer look, it has a phenolic insert here. And the real deal vintage stuff, is it from Cliff or is it from Switchcraft? I don't exactly know. Switchcraft Chicago. Not sure if you can notice it. But it has phenolic insets and the contacts are very thick. Very thick, very robust. The real deal vintage stuff. No cutting corners on this one. A thing of beauty and a joy forever. Yeah, bye Elle. It was so nice hanging out. It's almost 3:30. Hi Aaron. Haven't seen you for a long time. We know each other in real life. He's also passionate about the audio stuff. Vacuum tube amplifiers to some extent as well. Then the coaxial cables and The F connector you see all over the place with cable TV, BNC. This is not BNC. This is SMA, I think. Oh no, it's just a BNC plug and the socket mating, the cross section of mating connectors. Quite interesting, quite complicated. The SMA, there's the SMA, and there's also the reverse polarity SMA. Pesky little buggers. Then this sub-miniature connector. Looking at it from the cross-section perspective, you get a whole different idea of how it is built. SATA cable, the good stuff. Then the twin accent shield. HDMI cable, quite complicated, and looking at it, it reminds me of an animal cell. A bit more complicated still. USB. Meh. How the USB jack works. Super speed, so many conductors. Individually shielded. Probably the power conductors here. Notice that there are 3 red colored ones, probably the positive. And 1 black one, probably the rest of the power goes through the shield. And the good stuff, real deal good stuff. Neon bulbs? Meh. Nixies! Fuck yeah! Everyone loves Nixies. That's why they are turning so expensive. A cross section for a Nixie tube. All those digits, they are designed in such a way that they cross each other in as little area, as little crossover area as possible. Like no overlapping horizontal, vertical, or diagonal lines. 12AX7 or ECC83, your run-of-the-mill double tryout that you find in almost every tube amplifier. VFD. I will be doing that multi-time zone VFD clock. CRTs. Look how teeny tiny this one is. From the camcorder's viewfinder. Back in the days of VCR. Go to go to the Maritime Girl or Miss Mad Lemon for some vintage VCR camcorders inside the CRT. Magnetically deflected oscilloscope CRTs have electrostatic deflection with the plates inside the tube. Like with this B13S8, you can see the set of deflection tubes right here. Two horizontal plates and two vertical plates. And the election gun. Restarting OBS, try again. I just hope that it's gonna work this time. Anyway, if you didn't hear it, the intermediate frequency transformer, I'm having problems with this one. I originally had this kind of mica cap. Those are susceptible to moisture, and they lost a lot of capacitance, half of it. So I replaced them with disc capacitors, 220 pico, but it still doesn't want to work. I will try to use the Styroflex foil capacitors that I got from my friend Alana. I was lucky to find them in her part storage because none of the electronics shops has them in the area. Too vintage, I guess. Camera flash bulb contains magnesium that burns with a flash after it's heated up to a high temperature. Photoresistor. Got a bunch of those photoresistors that I'll be doing some experiments with homemade Vactros. The resistive optocouplers for adjusting the signal levels. Germanium diode. Beauty. And the point contact diode that were used in the detector radios, in the crystal radios back before the war. You had to poke around with the cat's whisker to find a spot that would give you the best reception. 702 in a metal enclosure. Beauty. EEPROM. Familiar things. And the ferrite core memory. The hardcore stuff. Just look how it... Just look how beautiful it is. And now it's a little bit too late, but I think that in one of the future streams I will show you an old educational film of how the Polish computers were made in the 60s and 70s, and one of the scenes in that film, yes, it's a proper film, a digitized 16mm from a channel named Educational Filmworks. Wytwórnia filmów oświatowych in Polish. One of the scenes in that film features a lady who weaves the ferrite core memory. A very precise job, especially for larger size arrays. IBM SLT ceramic substrate. Panel meters. Don't know how many times I repaired those. Magnetic tape head. HDD head. Giant magnetoresistance. Almost science fiction. Something more complex than the filament light bulb. PCBs. This is the simple stuff, 1 layer. 2 layers, still simple. This one is quite vintage. Looks Hewlett-Packard-ish. Because if it was Tektronix, it would probably be all gold plates. All gold plated. Multi-layer stuff. How nicely they did those cross sections, just look at this. Absolute thing of beauty and enjoy forever. Flex PCBs. And the LCD connectors. Micro SD card. The cheap and ugly stuff, as I call it. The smartphones. Now that's what I would call multi-layer, though this is the BGA chip with the redistribution layer, but the PCB itself, it would be 10 layers. Ethernet transformer and DC to DC converter, the potted one. An electronic circuit in itself. Look how nicely they did it. Just sliced off without even damaging the LEDs. This is a thing of beauty. Fascinating. That matrix display. Bubble display. Fantastic. Hewlett-Packard. Yeah. Dave Jones would be on cloud 9. Alphanumeric LED display. It's a pity that they didn't get any Panaplex or side lit or projection displays. Look at this integrated circuit. It has a quartz built in. a teeny tiny quartz with the small outline integrated circuit package. And this package, and just look how teeny tiny this quartz is to fit in there. A larger quartz. Some better grade scientific stuff. Burr Brown isolation amplifier. With those gold-plated legs. How beautiful it is inside. And this is the part where they show us how those photos were made. Absolutely fascinating stuff. I never realized how complex some of the parts are, and how intricate their internal design is. That's just taking the electronic engineering to a whole new level that you never realized that was even there. You just look at the components. Just look at the integrated circuit. You just see the black rectangular object with 2 rows of legs, but in the cross section there would be a empty space with the die around here. Got a bunch of vintage ICs. This is a power amplifier from a solid-state radio. And this would be a voltage regulator. Still some more voltage regulators. 7805 in a TO3 package. LM309CK. Was it that one? LM309K. LM309CK. Probably from Raytheon. Not that much gold on it. But beautifully complex. very intricate. And the largest part would be the pass transistor. '78 12, '78 15, '78 24. There's no activity on the chat now. And it's 5 minutes to 4 local time. It's time to wrap it up now, going back to the desk. Oh, Dan, you're here. Nice. I hope you all found the book interesting. After I read it, I'll do a better review. It was just going through the pictures in it with some very brief commentary, but I would also like to comment on the descriptions. Generally, they are pretty simple. They are very general, not going too deep into the construction of the parts and the characteristics. Those engineering intricacies. Yes, indeed, it is very lovely and interesting. I absolutely love this book. There might be another book I will be borrowing from the hackerspace that it's quite antique, almost 100 years old. It's a 1920s pre-war book, a German pre-war book on radio electronics and radio amateur stuff. The ham radio book. Of course, none of that semiconductor rubbish there, but it's just a beautiful work of typesetting, of typography, of aesthetics, of design. I will definitely want to bring it to my lab and go through it, share it on my channel. Yeah, some of those pictures would definitely look good on the wall. Like someone who doesn't know electronics, or maybe even someone who knows electronics, comes and asks, what the hell is that? Because I don't know how many people actually realize how those components look on the inside. Caw. Meow. Meow. Smile for the camera, Coco. Smile for the camera. Heads up, Coco. Public service announcement. Chocolate is bad for cats. '70s? Nice! That's quite a long time. Yeah, Dan, you've been around. Nine million milliampere hours power bank on Clive's channel. 9 kiloamp hour. Just how the fuck are you gonna achieve that? Oh, I watched that one because I got it from the Patreon feed. Real deal science fiction! Like, all that boasting about unrealistic capacity or power, it reminds me of the 90s or 2000s craze about marketing the audio amplifiers of shitty quality. Like, they boasted the PMPO power, the peak maximum output, the peak maximum power output. Those this would basically be the energy of a pulse that could be delivered in an infinitely small time, and there's no standard way of measuring it. Like typically, in order to measure power, you use a dummy load and you use a sine wave signal, and and when it's still not distorted, the max level that it's still not distorted, measure the voltage and then square it divided by the resistance, and you've got the RMS power. But with PMPO, there's no standard procedure at all, and it was just a matter of wild imagination of the manufacturers, of the marketeers, who peddled those crappy little M-shaped objects. Is killing the mic a part of the show? My mic seems to be working fine. Yeah, pointless maximum power observation. Good one. Yeah, you lived through Margaret Thatcher. And I guess you also watched Apollo 11 go up when it was taken off. I bet it was quite a good time to be alive. Like you or Fran would be Generation Apollo and I am the Generation Artemis. Okay, so it is time to wrap it up and say goodbye. Gotta go to sleep, I'm quite tired now. Got some sensory issues with the light. Maybe it's the dry air here in the room. I think it's just autism spectrum shenanigans I'm getting. Autism spectrum shenanigans, autism spectrum superpowers. In other words, ass. Because I don't like the abbreviation ASD, autism spectrum disorders, because it medicalizes the very thing I am. It medicalizes and pathologizes people who are on the autistic spectrum. Did I do fireballs today? Like Deep Purple I did! Okay, time for another one. The kitty got scared. Yeah, my waffle is better than yours, Clive. And no 3D printing needed. All it takes is just a can of hairspray. That's how I make those bangs. I believe in in items and things serving multiple purposes. In being creative as for how we use the stuff. Okay, time to say goodbye. Yeah, thanks, Dan. I was mighty inspired by Fran when she was in her 30s or 40s, and I was mighty inspired by Betty Page. Well, this hairstyle, like that pinup girl slash rockabilly, and so on and so on, quite popular in the gothic subculture. I like the aesthetics. So I decided to dye my hair black this time. Normally I did purple, but I used a different hair dye and dyed my hair black, and I've got bangs since January, and I think it works for me, especially when I dress very alternative, punkish, gothic, all that kind of stuff. Cause that's how I really feel. I feel great with it. It goes with my aesthetics, with my love for the post-punk industrial gothic scene. Old school hairspray gun does great fireballs, yeah. No need for magic when you have technology. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, like Arthur C. Clarke said. Who needs magic when we have tech? Okay. Time to say goodbye. Say hello, wave goodbye. See you next time.